Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday edition of the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Excellent. Okay, yeah, look at that SLDB. So their news was the FDA has lifted the clinical hold on, I guess, their drug trial. So that has caused a big pop for SLDB, relatively low float, 30 million in the float. Huge volume already. This will easily trade the float today. It already traded 17 million, 30 million are in the float. So to wait and see what happens with this one once the market opens. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. What else is happening? Wow, look at DraftKings. DKNG. Nice, another 5% pop, 804,000. I don't quite understand. I do see well, I don't know if this is the reason, but the DraftKings reports that NFL's Philadelphia Eagles will become team's official daily fantasy sports partner. Okay, well, there you go. I don't know if that's the reason for the pop, but on the downside, this is, I hope nobody was in this one, SELB. SELB has just been thumped here, down 40%. Their results, look at this, was it released after hours yesterday and hasn't really recovered. Now, I've been talking about this one, not that I would have recommended anybody hold through earnings, but look at Bed Bath & Beyond. I've been talking about this one as a potential swing. And man, they had earnings. Again, I would never recommend holding through earnings, but they did have their earnings release this morning, pre-market. And for the first time in 4 years, same store increase. Now, I don't know what their base was. It may not have taken very much. But nonetheless, excuse me, some decent news for Bed Bath & Beyond, triple BY. Big gap up here for, at least it was. I always have to, let's see, is it still holding? Yeah, not bad. I mean, they got as high as 1251, down to 1020. ENLV, this is a virus play. I mean, it's still up a huge amount through the 200-day moving average. ADES, is this still holding? Again, after hours, they made their announcement. Some kind of a deal they've got with CBT, Cabot, CBT. However, it is given a lot up, 775, 579. Again, that move area is after hours yesterday. Still up 42%, lots of volume, 16 million in the float. AMAG, this is up on a APO rumor that they may buy them, APO. So this is AMAG, a rumor that APO is going to buy them. STM is up. They don't have earnings until about 3 weeks from now. However, they're guiding ahead of time and they're saying should be good. So Q3 earnings guidance. This is the big pop for STM. Here's a SPAC. I couldn't see any specific news on it. FVAC. This is a SPAC that is up almost 10% right now. Couldn't see any specific news on it. Not sure who they're looking at. I can't remember anymore. There's so many of these now. Yeah, okay, so somebody asked about my watch list. Nothing happens until the market opens, okay? That's just the way it's designed. Nothing happens until the market opens. Morning, Real. Okay, WWR was ripping. I think it's paused somewhat. I don't think it has pulled back. No, it hasn't pulled back yet. WWR, some rippage for it. Three cut as high as 350. Another one that is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And of course, NKLA always active. NKLA up 10%. Sail is sailing all-time high. I don't know if there's any specific news on it other than I do see a Morgan Stanley upgrade, but look at Sail. All-time high for this company, SAIL. Plus join the mid-cap. Okay, thank you, Real. Keep an eye on this one. This might be, I think this is shortable for me. Let me check. Yeah, so PSTG, why am I looking at it at all? Well, okay, it has gapped up, yes. But look at the 200-day moving average, 1591. Look where it got to. 1590, 1590. So it's stalled right at that 200-day moving average. And that's for the PSTG. You can see that green line right on the daily chart. PAR is a gap down. They've done a financing at $38, so it's about $1 underneath the financing price. AEL, in case you're wondering, AEL is up again on an offering by ATH at $36. I don't know if it's a hostile offer or what it is, but anyway, that is why AEL is up. An offer $38 by ATH. CPE, I have this jotted down. CPE is up, I can't, yeah, okay, monetizes $170 million on assets, issues $300 million in second lien, etc., etc. So a bunch of financial news for CPE. This has helped to pop this one. Relatively low float, 38 million in the float. And I think, I'm just trying to look to see if I've missed anything on the list that I had. I see Real's got a list also. All right, let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. I think the GSUM is also some kind of they're going private. Okay, so I don't really know what sort of action. Oh, that's what it was. I had that one scratched, scrawled down or my list, but I didn't put it in the official list. They're going private. So again, I don't know how much action there will be once the market opens. I did see AMRH. Lots of volume, big float, little float. Definitely, it's through the 200-day moving average. It tried yesterday. I think why I kind of passed on a little bit here is I looked at this 189 area. It's not that far away, so it looks like there's pretty decent resistance around there. I don't know if there's any specific news on it today. All right, let me just take a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. See if the trend continues. The trend meaning way more upgrades, and we're starting to get a few more downgrades. Still, there are more upgrades than downgrades. So let me get them in right now. There's a few more upgrades to go. Let's see, Azul. Yeah, Azul has an upgrade, AZUL from Goldman. I think that's real mention that one. All right, there are the upgrades. Get the downgrades in now. I say there are a few more downgrades now. WWR making new highs now, making new pre-market highs. Interesting. This is BAYRY. It's on the pinks. I mean, obviously a big company, doesn't trade, doesn't. A lot of downgrades for this one. Citigroup, HSBC. I see 3 downgrades for Bear for whatever reason. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning from briefing.com. And, you know, I never really thought about it that much, I guess. I didn't really understand why this was called IPOB. I kept calling it IPOB. Now I understand. So the guy, he wants to create 26 of these. IPO. He's got A, and this is B. And he wants to go all the way to Z or Z. So that's why this is, so it's really IPOB. This is SPAC. Of course, this is the one I'm in. This LDB continuing to make new pre-market highs. It's too bad this is not shortable. For me, at Interactive Brokers anyway. Let's see, when was it, or where was it? It's possible it was right here, yeah, let's back this monthly chart out a little bit. Yeah, I guess it could have been right around here. I guess that looks like, you know, it's probably one day. I mean, this is the month. But back here on November the 11th, I'm sorry, in November of 2019. I did see LAC this morning. LAC is still really popular. Look at what it did yesterday. Now it did sell off. I mean, it got almost as high as 13, and it closed at 11.35. So it's about $1.70 sell-off, but it is still very active. I believe it's on my watch list, but it would not trigger unless it took out the high of yesterday. So speaking about my watch list, so if you want to follow along my watch list up and down and repeating, from the toolbar, click on New and then Channel Bar and then my watch list, Barry's watch list right there. And remember, everything in here is a layout. Before you do anything, before you click on anything in the channel bar, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. And nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. You'll start getting some alerts here at 9:30. PAR inches its way down. The financing was at $38, so it's a little bit below, $1.60 below the financing price. Well, I'm keeping a trying to keep an eye on this PSTG as it sees if it can get through that 200-day, or that will it fall from it like it has tried anyway. I mean, it got right up to the 200-day moving average PSTG. This is the pre-market. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, Bed Bath and Beyond definitely had, it's a shot in the arm for them for sure. And look at it on the weekly chart, the monthly chart. I mean, it is, right there. That's the next high looking left on the monthly chart. It's like 1957, not the year. 1823 right now. So it does have some room on the monthly chart. Let's back out the weekly chart. I was talking about this as a potential swing trade for quite a while, though I never ever would have recommended holding through earnings. You never know what could have happened. In this particular case, obviously positive. Yeah. Plus, look at the short. As somebody's pointing out, look at the short interest also for. So there are a lot of shorts are going to be wondering about this one now. 75% of that float is short. And the SPY, let's see, what is the SPY going to do this morning? So we have a little bit of a gap up to start the day anyway. We have 6.4%. Do you have trade ideas, Dave? I mean, all you have to do is just load the single stock window, and you can, this is why I have this open all the time. Right at a glance, you can see a lot of good information. All right, NETE is starting to sink a little bit here. Now this is oh, I see. This is a little so there's where it closed. Okay, that's where it closed. That's why it's down. Okay, 8.99 is where it closed. And then it got up to wow, almost $10 after hours. But NETE is starting to sink a little bit here. NETE. Yeah, not many shorts right now. 27,000 at Interactive Brokers anyway. That's how many shorts are available right now for NETE. All right, just want to see anything else sneaking. I did see this one, a lot of pretty good volume for HMHC. Just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. Getting close to 2. It's a pretty big float, 124 million in the float. I do see it's up 12%, but I just don't know how dynamic this is going to be. To me, it looks like most of the gain has already taken place. Looks like 2 could be a real stumbling block for it. Okay, now this one, there's not very much volume at all, only 3.6 thousand shares. CAMT is now an all-time high though. It's up 8%. There's no volume yet. Camtech receives orders. This could be interesting, guys. Just receives orders totaling $15 million. From the always anonymous 2 large manufacturers. So totaling $15 million. So, once the market opens, I'm sure the volume is going to pick up. Could be interesting. It's a fairly low float, 21 million in the float. And that's for the CAMT. Well, a lot of volume, hasn't really moved too much. It did have a big pop, but it's dropped a lot. Any news on it? Maxim Group initiates coverage. That's all I can see on it. Meanwhile, look at SLDB. Wow. Good for you, Martin. All right, guys, I'm going to shut these or close these 2 down. Close these 2 down. Get set for the open. Okay, sorry, I had to follow a little email or a little thread going on, a little discussion. Blink, that was also up a little bit here, BLNK. All right, everybody, the market is going to open in about 14, 13, 12 seconds. So let's have a great trading day today. Meanwhile, LAC on the move. LAC is on the move. And we're now open. Wow, look at SLDB. Man, oh man. this is straight up on the 15s, not one red bar. Yeah, just not available to short from me anyway. Interactive Brokers. All right, well, this one short-lived so far. ENLV, I mean, it's still up 66%. Huge volume. It's traded the float, but it's starting to drop somewhat. ENLV. There's the pre-market highs. We're up at around 1260 for ENLV. Yeah, they've guided, you know, STM. They've basically pre-market or their Q3 guidance. October 22nd is when they actually release earnings, but they're sort of saying that they look like they're going to guide very well, or they're guiding higher than what they previously had announced. I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Beam is on the way down here. It's had an interesting morning. I mean, it was up to 26.67, down to 23, so a drop of $3 for Beam, BEAM. My namesake down, BE is moving down a little bit. WWR losing its pre-market gains. All right, Bed Bath & Beyond continues here. Now we're just broken 19. I don't see any news on it. Unless, is FVAC got anything to do with lithium? I don't know who they're trying to acquire. That might help, because I know the lithium stocks are, well, look at that, guys. I mean, one of the reasons I do not like to trade in the first 15, I mean, Bed Bath & Beyond got up to 1920, a quick drop down to 1868. Maybe this is, you know, let's see if it pauses here and then continues. And KLA making a new high. All right, so ENLV is right back up, making a new high. There's the pre-market high, not taking out the pre-market high yet, but making a new market high. And the SPY putting a nice green candle to start. And we have a halt. ENLV just got halted. Well, I guess, yesterday looked sort of interesting for the cruisers, but look at CCL now. Look at this gap. Look at this big candle here. Now, is it just 1544 down to 1485? And that's CCL. I bet you they're all doing the same thing. WWR really giving it up now from the pre-market highs. So I do see there are 3 AI alerts out of the price range. I like to trade the AI. That's just me, of course. Yeah, oh, and I'm looking at the same thing, Real. That's for the ON. There's lift also. Lift is lifting here. YFT. There's another potential AVTR. AVTR, another potential one that could start to fade. AVTR. All right, GLNG actually having a decent day. Beaten up over the last... I've got so many alerts coming in. I've got... There it is, GLNG right there. Look at GLNG. There's another one that might stall. Now this one continues down. Quadruple SSSS continues down. Had a huge down day yesterday. Continues. Let's see if he can get down through 10. I mean, it's a big psychological number for it to get through. 10. Now there's Workhorse, of course, always active. WKHS, Workhorse. Yesterday's high was 2703. SLDB still strong. Look at the volume. Look at the volume bar in this on the 15-minute. That's the opening. Oh, that's the 5-minute. Sorry. Just made a new high. So as I said, probably my guess, this will trade the float. It could even be 4 times. Yeah, 51 million. It's already traded 51. The float's 30, so it gets up to 120 million. SSSS, guys, it's very close to 10 now. LI on the way down. It's just below yesterday's low now. LI just below yesterday's low. Well, here's your answer. SSSS below 10 now. See, well, it holds under 10. Meanwhile, GLNG, no giving up yet for GLNG. Definitely a nice rebound. Looks like it kind of based out down here. Just a horrible series of days, though, for GLNG. All right, I'm watching SSSS to see if it takes out 10 again. It's just a little bit over 10 right now. There's almost a red bar ignored for GLNG on the 2-minute chart, almost. Okay, I'm just going to stick an alert down here, just around $10. See if this moves down below 10 again. All right, so here's my alert set just under 10 for this one. See if this is just a momentary reprieve and then takes out 10 again. So well, XPEV on the way down here. XPEV. Okay, there's quadruple S. Flirting again with breaking 10. Stick an alert now. Probably around 994. See if it gets back down to 994. Macy's, look at Macy's, having not a bad little day. What are the retailers doing? Actually, XR, well, maybe helped by Bed Bath & Beyond, I'm not sure, but XRT, and there's, okay, after the pullback, there's Bed Bath & Beyond. I mean, that's a big pullback, guys. I mean that hit 1919. It got all the way down to 1794. Now it's starting to move. So I like to wait out that first 15 minutes, let all this froth happen. Well, still no stopping this JLNG straight up. Next high looking left on that daily chart is $7. Takes out 7. Has a shot to get into this area here. All right, BBBY is still a little bit. Let's see if it takes this out. Probably take this trade around 1925 if it gets back up there. All right, so well, looks like this is it's still acting up on the 2 minute anyway. I'm going to see if this takes out 1925 later on. Some craziness going on here. I don't believe that in a second that it actually got up to 1991 for the BBBY. I don't understand. I don't believe that. But it is moving now. Well, let's see. Maybe it was true. I don't know. I mean, I don't believe it, but let's see if this starts to approach this area up here, BBBY. Maybe. Yeah, well, okay, let's see. JKS. Okay, that was your premise yesterday. JKS, the morning dip at 10, always recovers. Okay, we'll see. All right, SSSS, now under 10 again. SSS. No, I know. I'm just pulling your leg a little bit there, Chris. All right, guys. Well, I'm in the SSSS. I wanted to see that 10 break, so I'm in the SSSS and see if it holds down this level. Next area of, maybe some support around 9, so I'm not saying it's going to get there. Oops. Yeah, 157,000 shares at IB right now for quadruple S. Yeah, the only one way to do it, TM, you're going to have to open up every alert window. Okay, you'll have to have them all open and then right click and go to the properties, click on actions, and then you'll see it. It'll say cash register or something. Well, doesn't look like BBBY is going to continue. Not yet, anyway. So I'm going to forget about it for now. Well, SPH. Forgot to keep watching the wind. Son of a gun. Sally Beauty Holdings on the move here. SBH. It has a lot of room. It's not an earnings play. I don't see any, just maybe just general retail. You say XRT, retail ETF, doing very well. Another one, okay, join the small cap, okay. I didn't even realize, so this show actually showed up my short list at 990. So, well, let's see what happens. If it breaks over 10 again, I'm out. ENLV, yeah, look at this one. ENLV. So it is, well, not quite at the pre-market high. It's 12.59. Well, actually about $1 away, but ENLV. This is a virus play, ENLV. Low float, 7.5 million in the float. This is going to trade the float multiple times today. It's already traded almost 20 million. The float's 7.5 million. And in fact, there it is, right here. All right, just watching here. If it takes out 10, I'm out. All right, I'm out. No, not at all, TM. Not at all. I mean, they're still all relative. You know, I don't really pay attention to the differences. You know, between the three. I have a question about is Holly Neal the one you should be using? No, I just load them all and just watch for the alerts to happen all day long. Okay, and the strategy trades all. Just I personally don't really care from like what segment of the AI an alert happens. Well, it's hard to answer a question like that. I mean, depends on your trading style and a lot of things. So APM actually trying to have a bounce here. This got just trashed the last few days. Understand that this hit $30 in the pre-market this day. It's 2 days ago. Yeah, I personally, yeah, I just don't care about where the alerts happen. TM. You know, the Holly Neal can be, you know, the more aggressive one. That's all there is to it. You'll probably see a lot more Holly Neal alerts once earnings season starts. But you know, to me, it makes no difference from where the alerts are happening. Yeah, ITRM, you're right. ITRM is starting to break out here. This, of course, yesterday hit $1.66 and it has faded badly. I mean, look at this. Got well, actually, it hit 240, closed way down here at a dollar. I mean, it's a terrible, terrible fade. I don't even call that a fade. There's the 200-day moving average also. But today's another day. Yeah, I don't trust this one at all. This APM. You know, it may turn into an interesting trade, but I just don't trust it right now. Yeah, the market's putting in. Let's see, the market is still up. I mean, the techs are up quite a bit. Spy's up, Dow's up a little bit. There's the SLDB. Too bad there were no shorts for that one for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. Another one on the move here, VVPR. I haven't seen this one for a while. This was super active, you know, these days right there. Look at these topping tails right here. But it is trying to come back here, VVPR. Well, SLDP, if you had shorts for this one, all right, take a look at what's happening here. So the triple, quadruple S, kind of chopping around here. I guess this would have been a reasonable short here. 235, it got down to 213, the percentage basis. Okay, now CBay, keep an eye on this CBay. This has been on my watch list for a few days now. Now, there's a 200, I'm sorry, that is not the 200 day, it's the 200 week. But look at the room it's got. Look at CBay. Look at the room it's got on that monthly chart. CBay, fairly low float. Well, it's a modest float, 46 million in the float. So it's certainly not a low float. But look at CBay, guys. I mean, so it's above yesterday's, the last 2 days highs. And what's the volume like? Decent volume, 3 times normal. And there it goes, CBay. Look at the volume coming in. CBay. Well, it's coming in. Look at that, 170,000 right on that 2-minute chart. Now, I know it's over the channel. I know, or it's near, but let's see what happens here. See if it pauses a bit. Okay, so the only problem right now, of course, is it's extended. CBay is extended. But let's see if we can pause here just a bit. There's a ton of room. Well, ENLV has been all over the place. They're a hard one to trade, guys. You got 1145 from the alert. It did get up to 1190, but a tough one to trade. Rakete, I'm not sure. I don't know when the next test drive is going to be. Certainly it's not set. We may not have one this year. There's some feelings about the test drive now. I'll tell you internally, guys. If you're serious about the program, I mean, you can take it for a month. It only costs, well, okay, you won't have the premium service, but 118 less the 15%. I'm not sure we're going to do another test drive this year. Yeah, I'm not. These, if you're going to go long something right now, I mean, you better be in a true alpha stock. I mean, this looks like a pretty good alpha stock right now. CBay, 737, 755. They had to pull back, but with the market doing what it's doing, yeah, too bad. This was not shortable for me either. WWR would have dropped from the pre-market highs, 361, almost a dollar on a $3 stock. Big percentage drop. Beam, look at this little move down now for Beam. A little bit of consolidation on that 2 minute chart. Certainly on the 5. Beam, another move down underneath the whole number, 23. Looking left on the daily chart, the next lows around 21.85, so that's about a dollar away. You talk about the AI. For me also, it's out of the price range that I like. You haven't seen that one for a while. CCCL. Too many C's. CCCL. Haven't seen that one. China Ceramics. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I mean, this is a nice break. Getting rid of all this. When was this? This was back in August. Got up to 430. Super low float. It's already traded the float. All right, ADES. Really didn't do much. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, it a big pop in the pre-market. Some kind of a deal they've got going with CBT Cabot. Ah, this one. Keep an eye on this one. Of course, look what this one did 3 days ago. got all the way up to 66 or so, OXBR. That's all traders are looking at. They're saying, wow, could it happen again? So the next high looking left on that daily chart is 265 for OXBR. Low float. It's already traded. It's going to trade the float easily, of course. All right, now, Bed Bath & Beyond is back up, but it has been a pretty choppy trader. But it is back up, got all the way down to 1832. It's tacked on $1. CELH on the move also. There goes CBAY, guys, CBAY. So far, pretty good, a great alert. So well, very good. After that little pullback, 737, 760 now. Again, this one you had to be quick. Now there goes the OX. Well, I don't know if it's still going. 244. Not, this is not shortable for me, OXBR. All right, LAC is approaching yesterday's high. About 40 cents away, 44 cents away from yesterday's high. All right, well, it's making a new high, Bed Bath & Beyond. I just find it a little too choppy for me. Look at that, even on the 15s. I mean, look at that big topping tail right there, and then another bottoming tail way down here. I mean, it looks like it might want to run now, but again, it's very choppy. Just a moment, please. Okay, guys, well, you probably... Hey, why didn't it pop up? Okay, no, wow, look at this one falling. WIMI. The support, wow, there's really, I mean, the support down here, WIMI, is it shortable? They're shortable for me. 368 on that weekly chart. WIMI. Okay, Fred. Fred is talking in the YouTube feed about PLSE. There's no volume at all, at all, at all, at all. Um, I guess if it could ever get some volume and take out that 1228, I'll stick an alert there. But of course, there's no volume at all. Okay, well, BBBY now making new highs. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, you know what? My system anyway is not even looking at that high because the only way I'm getting an alert here is if it makes a new high. So it's discounting this as a non-event. It didn't really happen, I guess. This NKLA is definitely active. There's a red bar ignored too on that 5 minute chart way back here, 2272 or so. Boy, it's a dollar move from that red bar ignored. Definitely an alpha stock today. I mean, it doesn't care what the market's doing right now. Okay, well, you probably guys know that I have reshorted this one, but anyway, it's going to keep getting my price alerts down here. Okay, well, now. Yeah, I'd be very wary of any of these long pops. So far, You know, I did take a loss the first time I got into it. It alerted here the quadruple S. I mean, this still has some room all the way down here. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but terrible week for SSSS. 14. Wow. I mean, this was 14 at the beginning of the week. 1367, 962 now. I don't know what's going on with them. Well, so far this one has turned out to be a little. Well, I mean, it's 2 days. This is the IPO from yesterday. They're saying that it was 750. I know it opened at 10, or I guess it opened at 10. PLTR. This was a one that was really watched yesterday. PLTR IPO, direct to market IPO, and so far not gaining that much traction. Lots of volume, 57 million shares, but not that much volume, or not that much action yet. Anyway, is it really? Well, thank you for that. I had no idea. I had no idea. So they're involved. They're one of the. I don't even know what to call them. Underwriters or people, financial company involved. I had no idea. What is the? Well, I guess I could look it up. But what is the? Unless you can just quickly tell me, what is the relationship? Because I mean, this was already dropping. Is everybody trading options? I would say hardly anybody in this room is trading options. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are some option traders in the room, but this is predominantly stock trading. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Well, that's good to know. Then PLTR keeps sinking. You got to watch this one. Wow. But it's interesting that it was sinking before the IPO. Or am I wrong? No, I guess I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. It's just that the week, but you're this is, this is when the IPO was. I guess they didn't do as well as they thought. Yeah, exactly. Well, that makes sense now. Well, guys, it is 10:30. It's been an interesting morning to say the least. Some choppy action. Um, Again, I did get back into the Triple S on the alert there. I didn't realize that it had anything to do with the PLTR, so that's just dumb luck, I guess. So, if you are new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. If you have trade ideas, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So those of you who are following me in the YouTube feed, when you logged in, you should have seen a bunch of links. And all those links are my scans that I'm sharing. Here they are. If you're in this room, you can click on the Scans tab, and there they are. The other way to find them is if you click on the Room Drive icon, scans that I share, download. That'll go to a Word document. Then you can take a look at all the scans more or less at your leisure. If you see something you might want to load, just copy the link and then File, Load from Cloud, and the link will be in here in that box, and then just load it. Once it's on your screen, of course, then you can take a look. If you right click and configure summary, and you'll see exactly the filters that I'm using. You may want to make some adjustments. You may have a different price range you want to look at. So of course you're more than welcome to do that. I call these just templates. I mean, this is my style of trading, but you may have a different style. You might want to add some filters. Anyway, the bottom line is if you do nothing, don't forget, save it to the cloud. Right click on the window, save or share to the cloud, save. And of course, if you do, wow. And if you do make some changes, again, the same thing, save each individual window to the cloud. Did I say triple? I meant quadruple, yes. Oh, I don't know, KJ. I'd have to see it. I don't have it up and running. I mean, typically, if it's the darker the color, it depends how it's sorted on. So typically, when the darker the color, means it's a higher number. That's all. So shades of darkness, I guess, or lightness. That's all that means. Now, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, I'm going to put this link into the room. Yeah, I don't, I know we have these color gradients. I don't even use them. Um, but I do know, the odd time that I've looked, it just means that, I mean, if it's a darker color, typically, it depends how it's sorted, on what filter it's been sorted on. It just means that the darker the color, usually the higher the number. That's all. Well, BBBY, once it settled down, but it had it very choppy in that first half hour. Very choppy. Once it settled down, though, okay, so let me go over. You want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you can click on my homepage link right there. And there's my promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off, either the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. And we have 4 plans. We have an annual premium and standard. Premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The reason if you're getting premium, it's the main reason. There are some other differences, but the main reason is because you want to have access to our AI. I'm going to go over the AI in a bit, but that is the main reason. Now you don't have to start off with an annual plan. You never have to take an annual plan if you don't want to. You can just go month to month. Standard is 118, less the 15%. The discount's only good for the first month. Or the premium, 228, less the 15%. Again, only good for the first month. You can always upgrade. You go from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual. We will honor the 15% promo code. My link also has, you can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily recap, usually start around 1:05 or so, or recap what's happened in the room up to that point. We have a lot of great training links here. One of the links I do want to put in on its own. But if you click on the webinars, education, you're going to see 20 lessons in 20 days. Our daily support sessions. So this is the format. There is a concurrent feed with YouTube. If you're on YouTube, you can hear me and see my screen the same way in this trading room. I moderate that between 9 and 12. Between 12 and 1, another trader takes over. We have 5 traders, 5 days of the week. Of course, here's the link for the free room, and here are all the daily webinars. You can sign up for them Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, and a lot of educational videos right here. I do want to put that link for the 20 lessons in 20 days. Yeah, if you're into back testing, you're absolutely right. Most of our customers are not. That's why I don't go over it very much. I haven't back tested in a long time. But you're right, if you're into back testing, if you want to, have a strategy that you want to test to see how well it might do, you can back test it for 90 days, see what it would have done. And if it looks good, obviously, just because it did well over the last 90 days doesn't mean it's going to do well the next 90, but you can always back test your own strategies. Okay, now I do want to go over the AI. All right, so I've covered some of that I keep saying triple, the quadruple S. Wow, what a great, so from 990, didn't get quite at 990, but got all the way down to 940, 937? 940, yeah, so I'm out most of it in the 945 area. What's going to happen with ENLV? Let me see this. No, okay, I was going to say this could almost turn into a short here, but it would have to go below yesterday's low. That's not going to happen. All right, so I want to explain what the AI is all about. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, then the AI gets to work on optimizing those 50 strategies. That's what happened last night once the market closed. AI went to work, and these are the strategies that made the cut. Out of the 50, these are the strategies that made the cut. There's a kind of a formula, why a strategy makes a cut. Doesn't really matter why, but these are the ones that made the cut. If you have the AI, this is how I recommend you watch it. From the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades Window. Trades Window. If you do that, this is the window that you will see. You'll have an entry price, real-time entry price. You'll have a stop, and you manage the trades as you see fit. There's nothing in the AI for me today because I like the ones under 20. That's just a personal preference. Doesn't mean that's what you have to do, of course, but okay, now I do want to talk about Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. To load Brokerage Plus, it's Only available with the app. If you're using our web-based version, you cannot, the Brokerage Plus is not available. But from the toolbar, click on New and then Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. If you have an interactive broker's account and you want to trade, I'm going to put these links in here. Well, I'm glad it worked out. Hope you got out now, GKK. You're back to the 2Ks. All right, so this is the Brokerage Plus window, as I said. So if you want to trade using this Brokerage Plus window, right now you need an interactive broker's account. Click on Connect and connect to interactive brokers. All right, and I put the links for the Brokerage Plus intro video. It covers virtually every aspect of trading using Brokerage Plus and interactive brokers. You can do things like set up. Let me just connect here. Set up your own buying and shorting strategies, okay? What we call one-click trading. You just click on how you want to trade it. You create all your strategies in here. And again, watch the video. It covers it all. Now, the other way to use Brokerage Plus, where a lot of you, especially if you're new to trading, recommend that before you commit money to the market, you practice, practice, practice. So we have a simulator here. You just connect to the simulated trading. It doesn't matter what brokerage account you have, it's using our real-time data. So it's a real-time simulator. Very simple to use. All you have to do is, when you click on an alert, you'll notice that the symbol will show up here. You pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, you sell, and if you're going long, you buy. So let me just show you how you can do this. Let's take the trade. Again, I'm just practicing here, just showing you how, as a demo, just showing you how to do it. But let's take CTIC. Now, it's very extended on the 15s. Would I take this trade normally? Probably not right now, but just want to show you how you can do it. So I'm going to take a couple hundred shares. The spread is a penny, so I can go into the market. And there it is. So I took the trade at 233. Now I can put a stop in. Put a stop down here around 220. Of course, you always have a stop ahead of time. Just showing you how you add it. Add the stop order, 220. Now you'll see it will appear right on the chart. So if the stock goes down to 220, and it'll take me out for a $25 loss. Okay, I can always move this. So I can use this like a trailing stop. So if the trade really starts working well, I can just start moving this up, up, up right in the chart, putting it at areas of support just below. So if the stock went below that price, probably be a good area to get out. I can also let's put a target of the high of yesterday. Okay, and you see the target is on the chart right now also. So again, if I let this run automatically, it goes down to 218, it'll take me out for about a $30 loss. If it goes up to 268, it'll take me out for a $70 gain. Of course, I can move these lines. Now, that's a visual way of doing it. You can also, of course, just go right into the chart or right here. And if you wanted to get out of the trade, you would just flatten. You want to go to half your trade, you want to double it. If you want to trade a certain number of shares, you just pick how many shares, you pick the price you want to get out at. You can also use this to practice swing trading. So if you do not close out your position at the end of the day, this will carry over for as long as you want. So you can practice swing trading in this Brokerage Plus module also. And that's it. I mean, that's what Brokerage Plus is all about. So again, practice trading. Well, we don't trade options at all. Are you talking about all the Greeks, etc., rhythmic? I mean, we don't trade options at all. So you can't trade options in here if that's what you're talking about. So the max P&L, I like to have these two columns open, the max P&L and also the distance from the exit price. So right now, well, the open P&L should be somewhat obvious. I mean, I'm still in the trade, 200 shares. It's at 234, so I'm up the grand sum of, well, right now, it's flat, so I'm up 32 cents. The max, that's telling me that while I'm still in this trade, that's the max that's the highest it went. So at 238, at $2.38, if I'd got out at 238, I would have, made $10. Okay, so why I like to see this is, let's say I get, let's say this was a little more dramatic. Let's say my max P&L said $200. Let's say that it really popped up, and I didn't take anything out, and I allowed the stock to go to go all the way back down to almost flat, or even a negative. Maybe I'm losing money. So you would never, as a trader, you should never let that happen. So I mean, if you see a max P&L, say $200, and you get out only making say $4, you really didn't, your trade really wasn't that good. The distance from the exit price I also like, because once you do get out of the trade, that's going to tell you, okay, I got out of the trade. Where is it now? What is the distance from that exit price? Again, if you went long the trade, you'd like to see a big negative number here, because that means that you got out, before it really started to drop. You see a big positive number here, that's going to mean that you got out, and the stock kept going up. Now you're never going to be able to get out at the absolute highs, of course, but it's kind of, I like these two columns because it kind of gives you an idea about how good are your exits. No, well, we don't track options at all. I'm assuming that is some kind of option. The BABA C30. Yeah, no, we don't track options at all. Rhythmic, nothing. I mean, we have option filters. I think I've gone over this. I'm not sure with you, but for those of you who want to trade options, this is a nice metric. We've got option volume today. Again, we're not trading the options, but it can help you zero in on stocks with abnormal option activity. So for instance, if you put add that filter and you put 200 right there, 200%. So if a stock normally has been trading 2,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days, and you put 200 in here, that means that stock will have to have traded at least 4,000 contracts. So it'll show you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. It's not going to trade the underlying option or anything, but maybe if you get an alert, you can click on it and just see how are the options being traded right now. Okay, so if I can understand your question, so for this, Fonz, if I can understand your question, I mean, if it hits the stop, that's it. The order's over. Yeah, I mean, if you hit sell, I mean, if I flatten right now, I get out of the trade. The target is just, it's all it is a target. I mean, I could actually I could drop the target down, or I could drop the sell. But if you want to get out of a trade, you just flatten it. And it's got nothing to do with the target. Does that make sense? Well, KJ, I was just using that as an example. Flatten. Well, you could okay. If you want to do it quickly, these are just hotkeys, Fonz. Okay, these are just hotkeys. So if you want to get out of the trade quickly, you just flatten. I mean, obviously, I could go in here, sell at a price that I want to get out at. But if I just want to get out of the trade, I just flatten it immediately. I was just using, KJ, I was just using this as an example. Okay, it's not just to show you how you can take a trade easily, put in a stop. Flatten is just sell. It's just sell. Okay, we just maybe we should call this sell, but I mean flatten, get out flat. It's just a term that most traders, I shouldn't say most traders, but I certainly know the term. If I say I'm flat on a trade, it means I'm out. Um, if you are you talking about in the simulator funds or in your real account? Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Flatten just gets you out of the trade. Sell, you can sell as many shares as you want here by picking the number of shares. Are you talking about in your are you talking in the simulator or are you talking about your real account? Okay, well that obviously then that means in my opinion, your broker, well IB, give me an example because you have to be using IB. Give me an example of the stock. Just tell me the stock symbol. Yeah, it's not available as a short immediately at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, flatten just gets you out of the position whether you're long or short. Okay, it's just gets you out of the position whether you're long or you're short. Just think about is flatten, get out of the position. Okay, I want out. Yeah, but funds. If you have Interactive Brokers, if you look at your order entry, right underneath there's a dot that tells you whether it's shortable or not. Okay. Okay, I am explaining this wrong. You only use flatten once you're in a position. Okay, but Fonz, can you hear me? Because OXBR is not available as an immediate short with IB. Oh, I see. You bought it at 249. You wanted to sell at 229. I see. Well, I mean, it's possible though that it went right down. It went right below. quickly. I mean, I don't know. You'd have to send the log file in. I mean, is it possible it just ripped down below where you tried to sell it? You know, if you put a limit order in at 229, is it possible it went right down through 229 so quickly and you couldn't get out then? I mean, it's hard for me to know. Well, if you wanted to sell at the market, that's interesting, and it wouldn't take you out at, even if it's going down rapidly. I have no explanation for that. You might have to send in your log files. If you click on help, oh, you already sent the file. Okay, yeah. So I don't know how to help you there. I wasn't in CELH. It was just a. In fact, this was not. This was something that I wanted to short. This was pointing out that this was extended. Well, this is what I'm saying with B. I mean, this is basing quite nicely. Obviously, if you're long, you like to see it take out that 1989. You don't want to see it drop down below, say, 1950, 1940. It's basing nicely. All you can do is wait and see if what it's going to do. Is it going to break out on the long side or the short side? I mean, it has room because there's no real resistance anymore. 1957 is the next high looking left. You have to go back here. You have to go back 2 years before you see these highs. In fact, that's wrong. Yeah, you've got to go back to. Sorry, you've got to go back a couple of years before you see those highs for Bed Bath and Beyond. Just one moment, please. I'm on mute, yes. Well, somebody asked me to take a look at Tesla, that's all. Open the chart of Tesla. That's why in the world I'm looking at it. Yeah, so this was a quick trade. The C-Bay was a pretty quick trade. 737 got up to 765. Not bad. I mean, percentage basis. We already talked about the ENLV. That was very quick. Now, BCLI, I think BCLI, yeah, I had a long bias on this one. You can see why. See the day it had, the day it had yesterday. I was thinking, okay, if it can break out over that the high today. Well, actually, the high today, and because it was going to take that high of the weekly out, but now it is below the low of yesterday. So this is turning. That's why this is showing up as a potential short. And boy, I mean, look, there's a lot of room underneath. I think LAC now is almost at yesterday's high, 1290. Yesterday's high is 1293, so this will actually, believe it or not, trigger up here. I think it's on my watch list. It is on my watch list, but if it triggers, it'll be pretty extended. All right, if you're hearing an echo, first I have to put it out. Is everybody hearing an echo, or is it just Calvin? There is an echo. Everybody? No echo, no echo. Okay, well, okay, if you guys are hearing any sort of an echo, just do a refresh. Okay, just do a refresh right there. Okay, thank you guys in the YouTube feed. Typically any audio issue can be solved by just doing a refresh. No, it's on a TV. My wife is working from home also. Well, just don't. Are you talking, James? Are you talking about auto? You've auto traded them? Just disable them. I mean, if you hear your strategies, just turn them off. Turn off your short strategies. I'm not sure I understand. Are you auto trading? All you have to do is just turn them off. Well, don't worry about this. Where it says this discretionary long and short, this has got nothing to do with that. Okay. Here are your strategies. If you've got some short strategies, just turn them off. This has nothing to do with that. Yeah, these are always on, okay, but it doesn't mean that you're discretionary unless you turn on a discretionary short. Disregard what these are saying. I know it's a little bit confusing, but this has no bearing. If you've got the strategies off, the strategy is not going to trade, regardless of what this says. It can't be taking trades. If you've got your strategies off, even though these say on, it cannot be taking trades. And if it is, then I'm going to have to send you to a more powerful tech support than myself. Are you 100% sure? And I'm getting some feedback from users who are, have this on auto trading. This always says on and on, always, okay? But unless you turn a strategy on, it cannot trade it, no matter what these things, no matter what these say. So you are 100% sure that all of your short strategies are off. 100%. You can see my screen, right? I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed, by the way, in case you're wondering. Well, that is a. Then I'm gonna have to send you. You're gonna have to. I mean, if absolutely for sure your short strategies say off, and yet it is taking trades, there's something going on. Wow, this was an awesome short. I wanted, this, again, so much going on. I just lost sight of it. CELH. I don't know. Anybody took that? William, real? I mean, you see, I've got these off, okay? And there's no way these strategies are trading. You can just see right here, they're not trading. Unless I turn them on, I cannot see, how it's possible. You don't have you have potentially the Holly ones on. Yeah, we're not talking about that though, Locutus. I'm not. He's saying he doesn't have any strategy, any. Well, okay, maybe he is. Just give me a second here. I've lost my music. And that can't happen. Okay. Let me ask you this, James. Did you have a long strategy that actually took it short? Because that's a different issue. But you're going to have to go. Yeah, I for sure cannot help you. They may be. You might have to send your login. You got to be. Yeah, I don't auto trade at all. So I mean, I've never seen that. I've never seen that effect. Of course, you'd be surprised. No, it's not classical. Ah, okay. So did it take? Maybe it took those two short strategies, and you weren't aware of it because there were two short strategies. There were some There were two shorts that certainly triggered NRG and TRTN. Are those the two? Okay. Then I'm sorry, I just have no explanation. VLDR, let's see, VLDR. So this is IPO yesterday or symbol name change? Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Now, I read something about Graph that they did not have a lock. They did not have a lockup period for investors, whereas FMCI and others have a lockup. Does that make sense? Which is probably one reason why there's some pressure on this because they're able to sell immediately as opposed to having some kind of a usually there's a lockup period where the insiders cannot sell, say, for 3 months, 6 months, something like that. Okay, so SLDB, James, is not a SLDB is of course it's not an AI alert today. Well, you know what? I mean, in this particular, wow, look at that. I mean, it got up to 25 yesterday. So it's obvious. I mean, I don't know where these investors were at, what price they're at. I guarantee it's way below 17. So they're starting to cash in. They're cashing in now. Just have to, I guess, wait. All right, guys, SLDB looks like it's trying to come back here. Look at it's on the 15-minute chart, so it's taken up that high right there, the previous 15-minute high. Looks like it's trying to come back a little bit here. It's got up to $6, well over $6, 6.12 in the pre-market, or sorry, once the market opened. Is that right? Wow, that's a which short seller was it? No, we have so many of them. It was Street Sweeper, Citron, Hindenburg, Muddy Waters. Did it work, Chris? Okay, tomorrow I'm all in. Phone my banker, liquidate everything so I can just buy JKS at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Bear Cave? Is that what it? That's who it was. Okay. Well, they did a heck of a job. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I remember you saying something like that. Omi. Okay. So didn't Omi do a? Did I dream it or did they do a financing yesterday? I thought I saw something about a financing yesterday. Well, I mean, listen. I mean, it's got a lot of room underneath. Obviously, it's had a tremendous run. This was on my watch list for a few days. But I mean, as a short right now, of course, you're chasing it. And yeah, I can't do it intraday. I mean, James, obviously, I mean, tomorrow you'll start with a clean slate. Assuming you get out of everything at the end of the day. but you'll start off with a clean slate. The reason why we can't allow people to reset their balance is eventually, you know, we're way behind. I think we wanted to do it at the beginning of this year, but for reasons out of our control, eventually we want to make a game out of this in terms of the have winners every week. So we can't have people you know, getting out of a bad trade, deleting it from the account. Even General Motors, look at General Motors marching up here with 1.3 billion in the float. All right, I am all ears, Dreamer. You mean like a real vacation? Like a bona fide vacation? No, I don't do that. Last vacation I had was, well, I guess last year. It was this was in July. I went to Iceland. That was it. Yeah, I mean, normally we would have, you know, we would have gone somewhere this year, but of course with COVID, not going anywhere. Do a test here on the well. Somebody's asked me to turn up the volume in YouTube feed. Um, I don't know. It's hard for me to do that because my volume in the other room seems to be okay. I'm not getting any complaints. You might have to do something on your end. Just let me see something here. Let's see if there's anything I can do. Yeah, we're talking about the YouTube feed, John. We're not talking about in this room. ARTL guys, yeah, ARTL, ARTL. Now this, of course, yeah, so it's above yesterday's high. I can't remember if it's on my watch list. I guess it is not. Otherwise, it would be triggering. Yeah, if you want to go into the other room, whereas Rhythmic is saying the other room, I don't have any complaints about the volume level in the other room. Okay, there's the other. So this is what I'm talking about. There is another. This is a little more robust, more traders, more interactive, more interaction with other traders. Okay, so I've had an interesting day. Again, I had an initial short. I've only done two trades, both on the same stock, the quadruple S. Took a small loss the first time, and then turned into a nice little gain the second time, unrealizing that it had anything to do with his PLTR. Well, there is Bed Bath and Beyond, and it's now over 20. I like this one a lot. I just didn't like the way it was trading at the beginning. There were some wild swings in it. But now it's over 20, and now who knows? I mean, this could really start to. I mean, it's already up 33%. Finally, a glimmer of hope for long-suffering shareholders of Bed Bath and Beyond. Same source same store sales. Now we're up for the first time in 4 years. Okay, I saw you guys talking about Rocket. All right, 2145. There's the top there, and there's the bottom here. 2112. Stick a couple of price alerts, top, bottom. See what happens. My vacations. Yeah. Well, hopefully next year. Boy, ENLV just selling off. This was a virus play. Yeah, the retailers definitely strong XRT. I mean, overall I mean, virtually everything is up, except well, we got energy plays are down. I'm looking at three of the ETFs for energy, and they're all down. And healthcare, XLV, a little bit down. What I'm doing is I'm looking at my Spyder sector list. So, these are the ones. So OIH, XOP, XLE, well, look at this, three ETFs for the energy sector. And everything else, XRT right at the top. And we have a halt. No, we have a resume. Well, so we have actually three IPOs. I don't know if these are SPACs again, but this one just opened. I don't know if it's an unwritten rule, but all these SPACs seem to open at 10. I don't know. Again, I don't know if that is specifically a SPAC. All right, so listen, guys. I don't know if my volume is increased in this trading room. I have increased the. I've tried to increase the volume in YouTube, so it may be coming over a little bit more loud. I'm not sure. In YouTube, it should be. I don't know what's happening in this room. No change? Okay, good. All right. Okay, so for those of you listening to me in YouTube, has the volume gone up? It should have gone up. So I want to take a look at these. I want to see. So the volume did go up? Okay. That was an easy fix on my part. I forgot there was a slider. I couldn't see it. Okay. All right. I just want to take a look at the my IPOs. I want to see. Okay, so this is not a SPAC, guys. I don't think so. Anyway, this has got some heavy hitters behind it. AGCUU, Citigroup, Goldman Sachs, and Morgan Stanley Altimeter Growth. Okay, no, this is a SPAC. So they've got nothing. They're doing nothing. They're just looking for companies. Okay. All right. So, and this is probably another one. I'm sure these are all SPACs. Again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, this is just an acronym, SPAC. Look it up. Special Project Acquisition Companies, or special. I never get the. Purpose, special purpose. But look it up. Basically, they're looking for companies to merge with. It's been the rage. Well, okay, shorting tops, drawer. I mean, somewhat. I wouldn't say somewhat easy, but I mean, you see a stock that's constantly moving up, 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 up. Eventually, especially if you get some topping tails, that could be a clue that it's ready to capitulate on the way down for a while anyway. That in a short mode. I mean, if the stock has bad news, the SSSS, which I did not realize was tied to the PLTR, but all I saw yesterday's big down move, getting down through 10, and I say I lost a little bit the first time, but I just look left. I just see, okay, how much room does this have? So when it got under 10 again, it didn't hurt that I had an alert here too. So that's on the short side, and on the flip side, I mean, the long side could be just the same. At some kind of consolidation. I mean, look at RKT as an example. Look at RKT. So lots of consolidation. If we get some volume here, and it pops up, I mean, that could be easily a long trade. as an example. Whoa, now here is an IPO. I bet you this one is unbelievable. Look at Lung. When I say unbelievable, my guess is that this is a huge premium. We got Morgan Stanley, and yeah, this is a huge premium, guys. They left a lot of money on the table. $19. It was priced at $19. Look where it opened. How many shares? Only 10 million in the float. Only, well, I didn't even want to say the float, but only 10 million shares. That is hard to believe. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. I'm looking at my IPO calendar. So there's Lung right there, priced at 19, 10 million shares. Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, and it opens at 40. And here are the SPACs. Just acquisition companies. That's all they are. They have money and they're just looking to acquire a company. So, let's be contrarian here. GM moving up, is it because the deal with NKLA is off? Because it's well below where it's well below where that strike price was, I think. True. True. I thought maybe it was, I know it was moving up higher this morning, but yeah, I mean, that doesn't make sense what I said, I guess. But what was the price? It was at 35, 38 in that range. I mean, boy, if this comes back, I mean, with all the negative news it had, and I'm not talking about the chair or the founder leaving and the allegations against him, more the general fraud allegations. Obviously, what would help this is if GM just flat out came out and said, you know what, we've examined it and we're happy. Through the 200-day moving average now, 26.43. All right, this was a fizzle. AIDS, ADES was a fizzle. A lot of action pre-market, market open. I mean, it did pop, but now it's just giving it up. It's still positive for the day, but look at the volume. This will trade the float. Interesting what you're saying, Fonz. All right, guys, I am. What time is it now? 11. Wow, 11:37 already. So I think who is on today? I think it's either Jamie or Andy in the YouTube feed. All right, guys. Well, there's our mini answer right now with RKT falling out of this channel a little bit. Let's see if it gets down below 21. Okay, guys. I mean, this will be interesting if it gets down below 21. I mean, you can see right there. Like to see some volume, though. You know, you want to see. You know, if this takes out 21, you want to see some volume. All right. Well, the market's a little bit choppy in that 15-minute chart. Some bottoming tails, but why can't you just press flatten? I don't understand that. Why I mean, if I flatten it right now, even though I've got a target order in it, it should take me out of the trade. Well, let's do it. I'm not sure I understand. So I just flattened the trade. I'm out of the trade, and the fact that I had a target order in didn't seem to matter. But let me try again. I want to try again. I want to make sure. So I'm going to buy at the market. I'm going to put a target in. So there's my target. So I'm not sure I understand fonts because I had a target, but I just all I did was press flatten. It got me out of the trade, and you can see the target on the chart has disappeared. The line anyway. I do see for whatever reason that still remains, but it definitely got me out of the trade. I have zero position. Now, it should have also worked with sell, sell and at market, and it should have worked there too. I'm not sure I understand what's going on. And by the way, guys, I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Okay, well, let me try also. Let me try that. I will try. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it again. So you're saying if you sell, oh, but I'm going to put a target in. Put my 250 target in again. Waiting for it to show up. Okay, so you're saying if you sell, it took it out. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying, Fonz. Okay, because yeah, well, that's crazy. If it works in the simulator, it should work in the real in your real account. Okay. Oh, so wish I was in that SSS. You know, one of the things is, guys. I mean, it's all about risk reward, of course, and so I had about a 10-cent stop on it, just under 9.90. This is turning into a bit of would have been 4 or 5, 6 to 1. You see, I would only be using the sell. I would only be using sell if I wanted to pick how many shares I wanted to sell and I wanted a very specific price. Otherwise, I'd be just using the hotkey, which is, you can obviously do that, especially if the spread is good. The other thing is you can also do limit out. I don't know how that works exactly. Well, I can't limit out right now, but limit out and then put the offset in. I don't know how it works. I just don't have a trade open. So let me do it again. So, okay, now if I limit out, and now I can put an offset in. Have you ever done that? Okay, okay. Yeah, I mean, I can give you, well, TradeStation, I don't know, but I thought TradeStation is pretty much the same. But have you had it working before, Jay? Because I can give you the script that they're probably going to give you, but if you've had it working before and you're following this, then I'm not sure. But I can give you the script. Okay, so if you went to tech support, this is what they would tell you. I know it's long and involved, but this is what they would tell you. The running both applications, run as administrator, etc. Okay. All right. NIU. NIU. All right, guys, it's getting close to my break. Probably about 10, a little over 10 minutes. I'll be taking my break. Jamie will be in the YouTube feed, so I just want to give you the link. So if you want to listen to Jamie from 12 to 1, I'm only off to 12:30 in this room, but if you want to follow Jamie, he's way more of a swing trader than I am. I call Jamie First Contact. He's the very, very, very first person I ever talked to with Trade Ideas way back in 2010. Well, this is continuing down. So if you look at this daily chart, excuse me, so it's down below 20, CELH. We're kicking myself on this one. I mean, we saw this one. I was saying this could be a great short opportunity, and then I don't know, got distracted doing something else, and look at this. Anyway, maybe some support around 19 for CELH. I think they started in 2003. Around quite a while, 17 years. Well, there. Okay, it went and now it's down. Peck. Well, look at now VNE. Okay, let's take a look at this one. Big float over the whole number. Little bit of break, but I don't see the break on volume. But it is starting to move. And look at this daily chart. Look at the weekly chart. Now the monthly chart. Let's take a look to see where there is the next highs. This looks like around 1692 on that monthly. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but $16.57 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart for VNE. All right, so the market is really not doing too much. It's just kind of chopping around this call it a channel, whatever you want to call it, just this area here. Yeah, best. I knew I would do it. Bed Bath and Beyond, Triple BY. Looks like it might be an interesting fade now, especially underneath this whole number. Looks like there would be pretty good support around 1949, 1950, so it's not a huge way to go. And also, well, in fact, there was a cross right there at 20, ADMA crossing below the 20 SMA. Okay, container company, the container store, TCS starting to move here. This had, remember this? Wow, I mean, what at 367 all the way up to 740 in about 2 weeks for TCS. So it's having a nice day, decent volume, low float, 17 million in the float. Excellent. Okay, Jay, glad that worked. This is still dropping, making new lows. Triple S plus S. How's that? All right, guys, I just want to get my announcement in that I'll be taking my break pretty soon. And Jamie, I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up in the YouTube feed, and then I can take off for about half an hour. Well, what I consider low float, I mean, everybody is different, and it all depends on what you're used to trading. If you're used to trading the Facebooks and all with the $1 billion floats, you might think that 100 million is a low float. But excuse me, for my purposes, I think anything under 20 million is a low float. And of course, the lower the float, the better. If a stock is in play, if there's some reason why it's moving, either a press release, earnings, some catalyst that is making it move, then you want that float to be as low as possible. Of course, the flip side is once it stops moving, it can just go down incredibly rapidly too. So most of the things You know, I mean, that's a big float, 111 million, but it's moving. Doesn't mean I won't take the trade just because it has a big float. It's moving. You know, the relative volume is good, but I'm actually more interested probably in a short of this one eventually, VNE. No cul-de-sac yet, no. You know, this is a low float. You know, Sutter is a low, very low float. 13 million. One of the reasons why. Now, typically, I mean, and I didn't really look at the float of this one, but typically, you know, it's the low floats that really scream higher before they drop. This one screamed lower right from the beginning. AEL is a potential buyout, right? I mean, it has popped a little bit. It's dropped. It's a potential buyout by ATH. Ah, there you are, Jamie. Thank you. Okay, guys, so I am going to leave you in this room here. Jamie is taking over right now in the YouTube feed. I will pop that link in case you do want to join him there. Second. Okay, Jamie, I'll stop this stream. Okay, Jamie, I'll stop this stream.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello, Mike C. What's going on? Hello, everyone. Welcome to the hour of live support. Looks like we got a decent little crowd in here, so just a reminder, this is the hour where you can ask any types of questions about TI in general, whether it be simple stuff like configuration, talk to me about the AI, just anything in general. Thank you, Mike. All right, looks like we got good eyes on and good audio, so you know what to do with the questions panel. Otherwise, we'll just kind of check out what's been moving today. Nice little recovery off of our short-term bottom here in the SPY. And just looks like it's back to business as usual for now. '10 period and the 20 period have both been reclaimed, as well as the 50, which is a good sign for the bulls. All right, ladies and gents, so if there are no questions, well, what should we look at right now while we're waiting for questions to come through? This little window here continues to impress with the number of smaller cap stocks, smaller dollar stocks that are going on these pretty significant intraday runs here. It's been going on for quite some time. Where it stops, nobody knows. Pardon me 1 second, ladies and gents. Just got to take care of this one message. But as I was saying, the smaller dollar stocks, smaller cap stocks seem to be coming to life and making these pretty significant intraday runs. Some of these are even turning into good swing trades. Why is this happening? Don't really know. Just know that it continues with some big percentage moves from a lot of these smaller cap stocks. Getting a fair amount of downside candidates as well. We're just not seeing such big moves on average. But some decent action nonetheless, even if you're even if you prefer the short side. A little thin on that one. Little thin, but if you were in it, still works. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you got a question, don't be shy. Otherwise, it's going to be a long hour of Jamie stand-up, or sit-down, as we could call it. All right, Hussam, I see your question there. Let me soak it up. So just to clarify, a hold time of 40 days in the back test. To be quite honest, I've never run a back test for that amount of days, but let's just see here. When we do go to timed exit, if we're using these bottom, right, okay. So, we can backtest the entire history there. But the problem is B+, when you go in there to configure your strategy, you only get 28 days. So let me just confirm that real quick here. Find my B+ here. And let's just go to my strategies tab here. Let me go in there and take a peek. Yeah, I see what you're talking about there. So that's a very good question, just not one I've dealt with recently. But good question. I'll have to make an inquiry with the devs and see why we only have that option there. But that's a good one, good find. So we'll see what they have to say about that. We could definitely consider that a swing trade strategy for sure. Yeah, I hear you. I understand. So we'll. I can't give you an answer right now. When we're done with the support session, I'll present that to the developers and see what they come back with. It doesn't seem like it should be that difficult of a fix to add the additional days, but we'll see. Yeah, no problem. Holly putting in a lackluster performance today. Not doing a whole lot. Let's see where my pin is here. Up a smidge on 9 trades. 3 trades from each module. As we can see right up here, 3 from 1, 3 from 2.0, and 3 from Neo as well. And nothing to write home about. A little bit of green, a little bit of red. Fairly unusual amount of stop hits, along with 1 target hit. Perfect testament to the action that we see right here. profit target hit, all the way back down to the stop area. When I say that's a common theme, it just seems as of late, a lot of movers out there, but if you don't take the cookies, before you know it, it's back down to flat or even below your entry point. Not saying that's the case with everything, but it seems to be what's going on a lot here lately. Same thing with the short plays. Get some nice pops down, but eventually they buy them right back up. Well, that's kind of a broad topic there, Joanne. Do I have some good strategies in my cloud that you could use? Well, I mean, got lots of strategies all over the place in the channels and the cloud. Do I have any here that I can just say, hey, here you go, ladies and gentlemen, use these strategies? I don't really have that because everybody's different, right? Some people like swing, some people like intraday, but you know, the answer in the end is I don't really have anything to just dump out and go, hey guys, here's some money-making strategies. Good luck with them. Because, let's take Holly for example. I could backtest for months and months and months and not even generate what Holly comes up with over a 24-hour period. In other words, once the calculations are all done tonight, if I tried to do those calculations, it would take me probably the better part of a year. Okay, so when it comes to what's the most viable in the market from a statistical standpoint, that is what the AI is bringing us on a daily basis. But as we all know, even with statistical perfection, that does not ensure success because we're dealing with the market and it is a fickle beast. Okay, so therein lies the whole shtick with trading. Is number one, it's very hard. Number two, just because we have something that has worked in the past or looks good from a statistical backtest, depending on market conditions, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to perform each and every day. It's more about how's it doing on a weekly and monthly basis. And of course, every time we have a gap, which is pretty common here lately, that makes trading even that much more difficult, whether you're manual or eyeballing charts or using a statistical model. All right, Mick, let's see. Is there a top list scans for strong stocks running up into the close last hour of the day on a flat to small up day? Well, I can't really say, yeah, these are going to work on a small to flat up day, but it should be relatively simple to devise a top list and look at stocks going into the close that are making significant runs up. Now, what you have to do is, Mick, talk to me about what you consider running up into the close. Okay, so it's you gave me the time there, the last hour. Okay, but how much does the stock need to move up in that last hour to get your attention from a percentage basis, let's say? Another very active stock today, not the easiest candidate to trade. And biotherapeutics, no big surprise there. So Mick, just give me the amount and a percentage basis that the stock needs to go up in the last hour, and then we'll put something together here. And we'll just modify an existing top list here. Let's see. We'll get rid of market cap and we'll look at the change in an hour. From a percentage basis, we'll show that column. Okay, 2% minimum, Mick says. And I see your question there, Ken. As soon as I'm done with this one, we'll get to yours. Okay, so 2% with Mo. Care to define Mo? Or is that for momentum? Obviously, if it's running up that much in 60 minutes, It probably has a little bit of momentum. So we're going to put change in 60-minute, minimum of 2%. Now I'm just going to throw out some generic min-max prices here between 1 and 100, and then we can go the traditional route and say X amount of shares a day, or we could go market cap. We'll just put something generic in here like 400,000. And then we'll see what it looks like here. Okay, so this is the obviously the previous hour, how much these stocks ran up between 10 and 11 my time. Now, let's say, for example, what did the top list look like in the last 5 minutes of yesterday's session, so we could see what the values are here. So all we'd have to do is go to time frame and use the historical data, and we'll go back to yesterday, 9:30, and we'll look at 2:55 p.m. my time, which is 5 minutes before the close. Okay, so here we are looking at yesterday's date. As you can see up top here, this is the last 5 minutes of yesterday. So when we sort here, we can see there were some significant moves. You know, we've got the minimum of 2. So if we're looking, let's just go to 15-minute candles here. And we're looking at the last 4. I tell you what, since we're looking at hours, let's just go ahead and look at hourly 60-minute candles. All right, so XSPA, which is down here at the bottom of the list, we can see that was the first candle today hourly, and that was the last hour of the close yesterday. And of course, we got the bigger ones up top here, NETE, obviously taking a massive run in the last hour there. Okay, so WIC, this is just a very simple way to get what you want. Just check these out after that. When that last hour of the day is coming to a close, all you'd have to do is pull up a top list of this nature and see, you know, what might be of interest to you. SLNO, another good run up in the last hour. Works, having a big run up in the last hour there as well. So, you know, let me know, Mick, is this what you were wanting to find? And if so, I can easily drop this into the chat for you. Tell you what, let's put a little bit of color on here before we do that, and we'll change the name. We'll just call it last hour Momo. And then we might as well apply the color to the change in 60-minute. Do something like this. And there we have it. All right, so let me go ahead and drop this in, and then I'll get to everybody else's questions here. Live. All right, so there's that top list for you, Mick, or anybody else that'd like to give it a try here. All right, Brian, on to your question here regarding volume and charts. What is the one called that's like a wave, Elliott wave? Maybe you're talking about the Elliott wave, Brian. And I want to say indicators. Okay, I see we redid the thing here. Go to indicators one more time. And as you can see here, we don't really have Elliott wave. And if that's what you were referring to, Brian, You can always send that request in to info@trade-ideas.com, and it's it's the features that most people are requesting. They go to the top of the queue there, so always a good idea to just send that request into info@trade-ideas.com, and eventually we could get that one added. Is AEL going down? Well, let's take a peek. Let me get back to 15-minute candles here. Well, it has gone down from the open, right? Now, look at what it did today. We had a nice juicy gap up on it, and it looks like it ate up a little bit of the gap, but as we can see here, once we got down to the fast line, it caught it, and it's acting pretty resilient here. So AEL was going down. It seems to not be going down anymore and just kind of flatlining out right here. So if we come back down here and test this level, then it might want to get into a little bit more of that gap. But for right now, looks like the buyers have resumed control over the short term in AEL. And Hussam, I'm not really sure what you mean by the IB gateway there. All right, Alexander, is it possible to add more columns to a multi-strategy window? And the answer is yes. So if I take this window here, which is a multi-strategy window, it's a little bit different than your traditional alert window. I believe there is a columns strategy, or a columns. It's just been a while since I looked at this one. It's got to be in here, though. There we go. I was like, it's got to be in here. Where did they put it? Okay, so right-click Properties, and then we just go to Columns. There you have it. Just like that. And then you can obviously find filters that aren't showing up over here yet if you want to plug them in there, and then you just push them over here like the normal column subtraction and addition there. But yeah, I was staring right at it. If it were a snake, it would have bitten me. But right-click Properties and Columns to manage your columns in the multi-strat window. Well, Ken, thanks for chiming in on that IB Gateway question. Question is, are there options? Are the options alert real time? Well, good question. But as you can see here, when I go to the search field and I type in options, okay, these are all the options filters that we currently have. We don't have any options alerts, but yes, these filters do function in real time. I do have an example of a top list here, making use of those columns. So here we have a top list where I've got, I believe, the majority of the options columns implemented up top here. Now this is a top list, so it's only going to refresh every 30 seconds. But if you're including these options in your filter complement within an alert window, alert windows report in real time as the event is triggered. So you'll get faster reporting using an alert window versus a top list, obviously. But when it comes to a lot of this data, I mean, you really just want to see kind of bulk numbers, percent of options traded today, is it higher or lower than normal? Number of options contracts, whether that be puts or calls. So that is the extent of our options filters. Yeah, and Hussam, along the lines of reducing slippage and things of that nature, obviously there's going to be a lot of factors that come into play there, like spread, volatility. When I'm trading fairly liquid stocks, average slippage is going to be typically on a normal day, could be 3, 5, or 7 cents or higher, typically, just depending on the stocks that are being traded and their liquidity and spreads. Yeah, Ken, I think the default setting when you connect to IB is on the paper server. And I forget which is which off the top of my head, but one ends in a 6, one ends in a 7. The tricky part about paper trading with IB is that a lot of people aren't aware of the fact that you still need an active data plan over there. So we get a lot of people experiencing problems, and typically it's because they didn't select the data plan, which you have to pay for over there. Granted, it's not very expensive, but it's just another hurdle to jump through. Upwick getting some activity. Let's take a little look at that. Oh yeah, what a nice little grinder today. A little bitty gap up, a little bit of consolidation here up until about 1, 2, 3, 4, about an hour and 15 minutes in. Cracks its head above there, right at that $18 level, and then just gravitates on up to where we are currently. Notice what's in control here. The 10-period fast line, completely in control on Upwick today. All right, I think I'm caught up on questions. If I happen to, let me scroll back here and make sure I didn't miss anything. But if I did miss one, just go ahead and pop it back in if you don't mind. Don't know if you guys can hear that rumbling, but that is the sound a B-1 bomber makes when it flies over your house. I get the B-1s. Steve gets the F-16s. It's a good balance. All right, think we're caught up on questions, so keep them coming. And Upwick, not to all-time highs, but looking pretty spicy. Talking about all-time highs, here's one that's hitting all-time highs, L Pro. Open Lending Corp. After this nice little breakout from this little area here. Looks like it's on a 1, 2, 3. Nice little 4-day streak here. Ooh, let's check in on silver and gold. All right, big breakout, big pullback, but it looks like a new floor has been established for silver, and gold's going to look pretty similar. Starting to dig back in again. Nice auto. Glad you're finding that handy. Oh, well, somebody decided they wanted to get up and boogie. Another classic example of what this little ticker's been spitting out lately. What do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice hour and 15 minutes of sideways action. Little bump above, just like we saw in gold and silver on the intraday time frame. This little ceiling here now becomes the floor. We go sideways, and then whoosh. Buyer steps in, getting a nice little run here in the 15-minute period. So from an entry, potential entry of 384, 1, 2, looks like about 45 minutes of sideways action there before we get up and start to boogie here. Not a bad percentage return. Question is, Holly, are you happy with the performance of her suggestions? Well, on a daily basis, depending on whether or not it ends up winning or losing on the day, your happiness is going to be tied to that. But when we're talking about a statistically weighted system, sure, winning days are great. Everybody's going to have their losing days, including Holly. But it's the overall performance that we're tending to focus on here, which we track in a monthly format. So on a monthly format, since inception, the AI has performed extremely well compared to the S&P 500. So that's the answer I have for that question, Brian. While we're on the topic of the AI, while we can generate a good backtest manually, and Holly can generate decent looking backtest and optimize, trying to find the best statistical viability there. There's a lot of things that come into trading, right? Other than what we can see in a backtest, like did you get your fill? And I'm talking whether you're executing manually or auto, right? Did you get your fill? No? Why not? Well, I used a limit and the stock was moving too fast and it never came back down and hit my limit. Okay? So you have to keep in mind, if you are running auto, these factors all come into play, right? Well, if I run market orders, I'll get everything. Yes, that is true also, but you're also going to increase your slippage, right? On the other side of the coin, going short, same thing applies, with the added difficulty that sometimes a stock is hard to borrow, right? So if your broker-dealer can't automatically execute that trade and you have to wait and try to find a locate, that's also going to impact performance. So between missed fills and slippage, and currently with IB, we still have to factor in commissions. These are all the things that can impact performance, assuming you're running complete auto, right? If you're not running complete auto and you're just kind of picking and choosing from the AI as it generates symbols, well then that's a whole different ballgame, right? Maybe you take the fact that, hey, this stock was issued, it's already got statistical viability behind it, which is a good factor, and then I also like what's going on with the chart, okay? So there's a lot of different ways to process and perceive the AI data, depending on what type of trader that you are. Swing trade thoughts on ZM. Let's take a peek here. We all know that ZM has been one of the Corona darlings because, well, everybody's doing their thing from home. And this chart looks relatively strong to me. I mean, check out way above all these moving averages. 10 period seems to be in control here. Took a nice little, pull back off the top, but we've got this nice little sideways action developing here. And, 10 periods catching it perfectly right now. So Zoom looks relatively strong at this point in time. If I had to guess as to what might happen, well, one scenario is a little bit of a base being put in up here. As our buddy Steve Gomez likes to say, the troops got exhausted here. We're taking a little pullback. Got to give them a nice hot bath, a couple of days of rest, feed them up nice, and then depending on, if we get a nice little sideways base here, they'll go attack these levels again and see what happens. Now, if we lose the 10 period, what's next? 20. And of course, areas that could act as potential support. If I had to just kind of eyeball it here, this little level here. So if selling does come into ZM, we got 20 period up next, and if it wanted to go through there, I'd look to this level right here as an area of potential support. So that is my layman's take on ZM. Otto's asking if I can share my layout. Sure, I don't mind doing that at all. Now, let me make sure I don't have a bunch of windows hiding in places that they shouldn't be. Minimized, in other words. So just let me take a little peek here. No pinned windows. I'm going to get rid of some of the things that are kind of hanging out in the distance here. Price alerts. Okay. Yeah, I've got a bunch of top list here that you probably have no interest in. So let me thin the herd out here. Turbo, Brokerage Plus. Okay, all right. So what I'll do here is I'll save this layout to the cloud. Entire layout. And let's see, I'll just call this one Auto. Okay, so that cloud layout has been dropped into the text, so enjoy. And you know what? I used to be a dark background chart person, but seems like a lot of people out there in the webinars have a hard time seeing the darker chart background. But when I'm not presenting my screen, I like the dark backgrounds on the charts. Kind of got used to these. They were kind of blinding there for a while, but I've gotten used to them. All right, Hussam, see your question about Holly. Can Holly take more trades? Right, so you're just referring to the number of trades. Like, for example, we've had one since the help support session started. We were at 9, now we're at 10. And we've gotten that question fairly a lot over the years. And it's not something that we can really control because each and every one of these strategies that we see down here, they have very specific filter sets which are very lengthy, right? There might be 20 or 30 filters in a Holly strategy after she's done optimizing. We always stick to one alert per strategy, but there could be 20 or 30 filters, and the kicker about the filter sets is that they work in all or none capacity. So if you've got a filter set of 30 and 29 of 30 are met, but one is not, well then it nullifies it, right? So these strategies are so specific that unless a stock meets that exact criteria, we're not going to see a symbol from it. And on days like today, where we have gap ups, that always makes things a little bit more difficult for a statistical model. So, you know, can't really control the number of trades. It's all based on, are the specific factors from each strategy, you know, firing off or not. But understand your question. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, Stan, is there a top list window scan that can examine stocks that are stepping downward decline on a daily time frame? Well, on a daily time frame, what comes to my mind is consecutive down days, right? So let's just, I think I've got a top list up. Let's see here. Nope, when I was doing my house cleaning there, I got rid of it. So let me just get a different one up here. Okay, so this is a top list that I advise just to find stocks that are right at their 200-day moving average, which is kind of handy, either right at it or right below it. But I tell you what, we're just going to add, we're going to modify this. Get rid of this stuff, and we'll plug in the consecutive down days. First, we'll just show it as a column and take a look-see. Okay, so let's just sort by consecutive days here. Now, let's see here. Okay, consecutive days up. But I do believe your question was to the downside. Let's see, you got some questions coming in here. I'll get to everybody, but got to scroll back up. Okay, Stan, so we sort the other way for down days, and you can see, do you, right? Look at that nice little consecutive march. What do we have there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so it's telling us 11, but clearly identifiable there, right? CYTK, only having 3 thus far. Now, I've gotten this pretty tight, I think, as far as volume goes, or market cap. $1 billion market cap. So if we remove the market cap and just look at 500,000 shares over a 5-day, we're probably going to get more here. So now we see SBH, nice downward stepping motion on the daily. So Stan, is that what you were thinking of right there? Just let me know there. And Otto, is it not possible to change the color of text of a top list window? Yeah, I don't. Let me get this guy back up because we had color applied. Okay, so we're not talking about the gradient, we're talking about the text. I'll have to refresh my own memory here. Here you can see from the options general area, this is all we can do with our fonts. We can control the font and the size, but there is no way to dictate color in the top list, I do not believe. You know, obviously we can control the foreground and the background in the alert windows and have different color text there, but I do not believe there's a way to do it from here. All we can do is affect the gradient. Now we can have a solid color and white letters, but there is no way to change that text currently, which might be a good option to add in the future. Yeah, and so let's see, you guys were talking about ZI as well. You're having a nice little bounce as of late. Good news is it's above all of its moving averages for now. And we got into this gap, and it looks like this area back from June is acting as an area of potential supply. So this little area of congestion right here would definitely be of interest. Let's say we zoom out a little bit more, look at the weekly. That's probably going to match up with what we see right here. Yes, Usam. There is always the idea of curb fitting or over optimizing, right? That's going to be a little bit different for each and every person. In the end, it's the statistical output, right? In other words, perception is reality. in all aspects of trading and life. Is there a way to alert if a stock is crossing value? For example, crossing above 10, and you're talking about price there, Tutu? If you are talking about price there, Tutu, then I would recommend using a price alert. If you're looking for a stock going to a certain value, we would just set a price alert, right? So you can see here's my price alert window, and I could easily, pop in a symbol here. Let's just pop something at random. Okay, let's say we're looking at EVGN, and we're thinking to ourselves, well, it might go attack this high again, which is 424. So all I'd have to do is right click and create that price alert. Now it's at 424. I want to see it breaking the high, so I'd use a price alert of 425. If the price rises to, of course, if I uncheck that box, that would be if you want it to fall down to, but in this case, if it rises to 425, yeah, I want to go long, and then I could just make a note in there, save it. And if I'm not watching EVGN and that price gets hit up there with the blue line, then this window is going to flash and bring it to my attention. Another cool thing about the price alert is you can grab this line and make it higher just by moving it up, or bring it back down just by dragging the line. So that's how we use the price alerts. Yeah, RKT had a nice little move today. And looking at the weekly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Fairly young stock. And the irony, rocket companies rocketing today. And Brian, your question, do I watch the RSI? I don't particularly watch RSI on my intraday charts. When I'm back testing though, it seems like you can always find some interesting stuff. I usually look at the 15-minute RSI. Once those values get high or low, of course it's also a favorite metric out there in the trading universe. So I don't necessarily watch it on my charts, but I do pay attention to it when I'm back testing. So, just to kind of wax a little bit about that, if we throw the RSI 15-minute into a column here, what you're going to notice is once these values get above 60, those are the stocks that are going to be in play. Matter of fact, let's go back to Rocket real quick here. Do I have an RSI on my single stock? Let's see. I'm going to add it real quick. Okay, so check out my 15-minute RSI down here for RKT, 73. And usually once a stock on whatever time frame you're looking at, once that RSI gets above 70, people start looking at it because it's either going to keep going, or a lot of the times, depending on where it is on the longer term chart, it might be ready for a little blow off pullback. Okay, but definitely 70 is kind of the magic number. Some people might say 60, but if we take a peek at all the stocks showing up on this window, well, come on, give me my pointer. There we go. These are all stocks that are going to be in play today with higher volume, the ones that are going to be generating and sustaining these higher relative strength numbers on the smaller time frames. So it can be a very handy metric. Well, in essence, Tutu, this is an alert list, right? Notice that some of these have triggered while these are all still working, right? So in essence, this is a price alert list, the price alerts window. Now, if you had a specific whole number in mind, and I'm just going to pick something random here, like I want to see stocks in general just as they're getting to $10, right? Well, if you made a top list or an alert window with a max price of, or a min price of 10 and a max price of 10.05, or you could even envelope it and say, okay, I want to see stocks that are at 9.95 but not over 10.05. Easily configurable through a myriad of different ways. Yeah, Brian, watching RSI on the 1-year chart. Yeah. So, I mean, zooming out, it's easy to get caught up in the intraday stuff, but when we zoom out, we can be like, okay, well, if it goes to this level, I'm out, or if it goes to this level, I'm in. It's just trading is always going to be stressful, but the more we can reduce it, the better. Yep, good idea there, Mick. RSI alert that only triggers on very strong stocks breaking down. 1 hour RSI below 30. 70 on the upside, 30 on the downside. Yeah, and to your point there, Tutu, back before the markets evolved the last time, and of course, some people still like to focus on the whole numbers because stocks tend to do, well, you call it crazy, weird, good things at whole numbers because there's a lot of stop orders in the system, or maybe even buy stop orders. When the stock hits 10, I want to get in, or if the stock goes down to 10, that's my stop getting triggered. So a lot of action around those whole numbers. And we've got this older filter that some people still find useful. The decimal filter. Of course, in a top list, it's got to be a custom. But if I grab any alert window, it's in there by default. And you can see this is the default version right here. You could say, only show me stocks that are within, regardless of the whole number, 95 cents to 05 cents. Because if it's at 95 minimum or not more than 05, it's going to be right at that whole number. Yeah, Mick, sometimes those are the best windows. The windows that seldom trigger anything, but when they do trigger, you definitely want to pay attention to them. Wow, I just did a time check. I knew we had spent some time, but I did not expect it to be 10 minutes to the top of the hour. I think we're caught up on questions. Let's go back to let's just see if we can see anything interesting around the 200-day. What I typically like to do is just go check out the ones that are currently displaying a zero value. Okay, I was like, that doesn't look right. It's because I'm still on weekly. Okay, just pulled up AG. We all know that symbol, fairly bigger cap stock. Right at its 200 period. Now, notice what it's doing. It looks like the 200 period is keeping this thing nice and tapped down, so wouldn't really consider that one for a long play right now. Kind of interesting what this little guy's doing here, depending on how we close today. But not a lot of room before we go test this area, so nothing jumping off the page there. CNHI. We got a nice little mashup of moving averages here. It's trying to put in a close with this doji type candle, so if this one closes with a doji, it might be worth paying attention to. Good old Ford trying. Pfizer taking a little vacation below its 10 period over the past 3 days, has reclaimed it and looks to be holding strong here. Interesting with what's going on PCY would be a simultaneous recapture of the 200 and the 10-day. Of course, this is a Invesco emerging markets type of deal. All right, caught up on questions. I guess this would be last call for questions. You know what? I haven't even been so busy this morning, I haven't even pulled up the VIX. Okay, VIX is typically when we see, well, a lot of the times when we see the market getting weak, we're going to see the VIX take nice little pops. Here we are looking at VIX today. It is up a little bit. What are we up? Not quite 1%. And this is entities, individuals, institutions buying a little downside insurance on their portfolios, right? So a lot of the times when we see a big move in VIX, that's sometimes a leading indicator that there might be some choppy waters ahead to the downside. But when we're looking over here at the daily, you know, we're peeking our head up a little bit here, but you know, unless we got above this 10 period and started making a run up into here, this is what's flummoxed a lot of people as of late when we do have the downside days, okay? Going back, you know, in this little period here when we had the downside, you know, we were all talking about how, well, you know, even when we took this little turn down, what was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 6 trading days ago. So let's remember where we are on the 23rd. And VIX did take a little pop there, but then quickly gave it back up, right? So on that day, we did see a big increase in the VIX. Today, we're trying the doji out here, is what it looks like right now, and there is a little bit of VIX activity, but it's just kind of par for the course. You know, when the market gets a little weak, typically we see the VIX pop up, but for the bigger picture, I'd have to zoom out a little bit. And when we look at the weekly, you know, with the exception of these 2 days, got it up, got it right back down. Not a whole lot of insurance buying going on at present. And the last question is, what are my numbers for the next lottery ball? Man, it's been so long since I played the lottery. I couldn't even tell you. What I can tell you is that all the convenience stores around my house that are usually chocked full of scratch-off tickets, the cupboards are bare. The cupboards are getting bare on a lot of weird things, which is supply chain issues from you-know-what. So, you know things are weird when the lottery ticket shelves are empty because, well, they're never empty. All right, got about 4 minutes left here. Hey, Mike, thank you. Always a pleasure. Take care as well. Yeah, you know, when the gambling, well, because that's really what lottery is. It's just gambling because of the odds, right? When they can't get the lottery ticket shelves refilled, it's not a good sign. Okay, and I see Barry is back in action and streaming. So I want to thank everybody for popping in. I'll be kicking it back over to Barry in just a momento. And where did my questions panel go there? Desperation is setting in. Are you talking about the lottery tickets there, Brian? How am I going to lose my money if there's no lottery tickets? Oh yeah, the economy, it's struggling. That is for sure. Never thought I'd see such a crazy 2020, but here we are, and fortunately, not too much 2020 left in the year. So it should get interesting for obvious reasons over the next 30 days or so. All right, so I'm going to kick it on back to Barry, guys. Thanks for popping in. We'll see you guys on the flip side.
It's, you know, on my charts anyway, they look like they're right at the bottom. I have to admit, I've not played any bounces. Well, I mean, it's got a couple of things going for it, obviously. I mean, maybe that whole number holds, number one. However, John, look at the volume. The volume, it's, I'm sorry, but it's putrid. So I can't trust that. Sorry. And look at the spread, 31, 31.50. Yeah, so forget about that one, in my opinion. Thank you, Jamie. All right, guys. Well, just a moment, please. So that rocket, I mean, to me anyway, that hit the top of that channel. That was beautiful. And look at this, even maybe later. I mean, that 8 EMA is starting to curl down. The 20 SMA is trying to get up there. Let's see if we can get across also. Well, I mean, again, if you're talking about the channels and stuff, I mean, it really hit, for me anyway, it hit way up here at 2361. So right up there. So it might be a little bit late. However, again, if you just start looking at that 8 EMA, oh, right there though. Yeah, the 8 EMA may cross down below that 20 SMA. Again, when we're talking about these crosses, in case you're unaware of what we are talking about, hard to see it here, but there, that orange line right there, that is the 8 EMA, and that blue line is the 20 SMA. So the theory is that if that 8 EMA, which is looks like it's trying to happen there, that orange line, if it crosses below the 20 SMA, that sets up a potential short sale. The reverse is true. You know, if the SMA crosses the EMA crosses above the SMA, that can set up a potential long. All right, guys, it is now time. It's at 1:02 or so, so I'm going to do my video right now. So before I do that, just pop in my home page. All right, so if you do want to follow along, not now, if you just want to sign up for my videos that I do every day, it's right there. Daily market recap video. Typically, they usually get emailed. I do it now, it takes me about 15 minutes. Usually they get emailed out about an hour afterwards. So, but you can sign up for them all right here. So I'm just going to put the announcement here. Okay, everybody, I'm going to put myself on mute in both rooms. Ooh, sorry, I was still on mute. Sorry. So EMN was the trade of the week, or is the trade of the week. Okay, EMN, and I think it may have triggered. You know, I think the trigger was 78. Let's take a look at the the daily chart. I think it was around 78. So it did trigger, but it really hasn't done much. 77, 75. Okay. So it really hasn't done much. Yeah, that's still kind of close to the top there, so that's not bad. EB. I know what Real is looking at, a potential short on this one, or if he's not already in it. Interesting. So this PLTR is still kind of doing nothing, drifting down, but the SSSS sounds like a ship is putting in a nice little rally. All right, one of the Liberty stocks, Lilac. Now, if this takes out 853, which is the high of a couple of days ago, this has some room, guys, maybe to the 9 level. LLIK. No, it was an IPO. No, it was not a SPAC. One of those newfangled IPOs, though, like the ASAN, direct to market, but it's not a SPAC. Trying to remember the other one, Spotify, and also Work. Work was another one. Spotify and Work were the only two that I can think of. but I'm sure there will be more. Now, on the other hand, I mean, when I look at work, did they suffer because I mean they had no big names behind them. You'd like to think that if they had some big names behind them, maybe they would have got pumped the heck out of them, especially with what they do and the times we're living in. How many times a symbol has hit the scanner? Are you talking about like a new high, Gypsy Trader? I mean, like how is it going? How is it hitting the scanner? A new high for the day, as an example. I mean, it has to be a trigger, right? So what is your trigger? Because if it's a new high for the day, then that would be the count filter. So you have to explain a little bit more. Oh, I see. You want to, so if you have a multi-strategy window and the same symbol is alerting in different strategies, no. In that particular case, no. So you want to know, is the same symbol being alerted in different strategies in your multi-strategy window? In that particular case, no. If that's what you meant. Well, again, are you talking about a stock making a new high over and over again, hitting the scanner like this, E and L V as an example? So, yeah, I mean, if you're asking the question, well, how many times has it hit? No. I mean, I don't know if that's even, but you can put the count filter in here. This is what I have here. One of the So I won't see it until it hits at least 45. Now, I mean, 45 new lows or new highs. But, I mean, I'm not sure it would mean anything just to start counting. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what I mean? I'm not sure I understand what the relevance of that would be, other than just seeing it over and over again and knowing that it's at a certain count. I don't know why I don't have the count there, but so I mean, if I added the count filter here, then I would see how many times, this has made a new low or this one has made a new high. Wouldn't absolutely mean that every time I see this that it's counting every single occurrence like that, but it'd be close. Have you ever used the count filter before? I'm actually surprised I don't have the filter here. I mean, as a column, but I suppose I don't really care. Oh, it's right there. My goodness, it's right there. It's the second column. So yeah, so that means this one has made 209 new lows. Yeah, well that's why. I mean, it's another way of tracking momentum. How many times is we're looking at a new high. You could use the count filter for new 5-minute highs as an example. This is looking at how many, in this particular case with ENLV, how many new lows has it made? 209 new lows. So it's obviously pretty active. So if you wanted to see super active stocks, yeah, you could use the count filter, not unlike what I've done here. And I put a minimum of 45. So I won't see a stock unless it's made 45 new highs or new lows. Ah, the old prison stock. Boy, it's fallen on hard times. Jeez. What time frame reel? It's astonishing how different. Okay, yeah, I see it on the 15. It wasn't on the 2. Yeah, no, it's interesting. I mean, obviously we've got different metrics in action here. Just a minute, please. All right, well, I took it. I did take it, so I'm talking about the KISS. And at 56, so we'll see what happens. It's funny, real, like whatever I'm using, like I see it on the 5 minute. Okay, whatever I'm using for Kiss. So well, I would be putting, for me, I don't know what Real's idea is, but certainly the top here, I would never let it get above 62. Never. So it's a very tight stop. And the good news, maybe, is that that 8 EMA is starting to curl down and that 20 SMA is starting to move up. So that might help it also, or the idea of it also. Yeah, in terms of the tar, I mean, look, the great one, of course, if it could get down to 1931, if it could get down there, I'm looking at some support there. Maybe could be some support right there. I'm treating these as more as little scalps to see how well they work. Okay, I mean, obviously, if it gets down there, that'd be a good risk reward on 10 cents. But this may hold it too on that 2 minute. 5 minute looks a little better. 1930. I mean, I'd love to see it get down there. All right. So real, I have no idea if CXW showed up on yours. It certainly showed up on mine, both on the 5 and the 2. So far, so good. I mean, it's modest. I look at these. I look at these. Shorting these tops as kind of throwing the rule book out a little bit in terms of risk reward. For me, that's only for me. Yeah, I see Aspen right here. Yes, Aspen aerogels. Okay, that's an all-time high too, and it just got halted. Aspen just got halted. Let's see where it's going to open at, or could open at. Lithium, anything with lithium, yes. Yeah, I think Real is looking at it as a short. Well, it's halted, so who knows now? Depends where it opens. I mean, it becomes a short possibility, of course, but where's it going to open? I don't know where it's going to open. Oh, I see, but it isn't a short yet. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I thought you said, isn't it a short yet? Hey, one moment, please. Okay, it's right up my window. I put myself. Okay, guys, the ESPN Open. Well, great get for you on that 1465, William, or whatever the number was. All right, well, there is the cross. The cross is right there. I don't know how dynamic this is going to be, but anyway, there is the cross, I guess, 1952. All right, CKXW. I'm pretty sure. Okay, guys, I might have to put myself on mute. If it gets too hard for you guys to bear this. Well, it was right at the top of the channel for me, PJ, for V&E. For me, for my chart setup. I don't know how loud it is for you guys, but it's right out my window. And the classic is he's just standing there reading something on his phone. All right, guys, now this is the one that I was looking at, ADNT. I mean, look at the room this has got. I mean, this could keep moving today. It's up 10% now. It's it's not a low float. Alright guys, so I'm going to keep myself on mute until these guys have gone. They're doing a lot of work trimming hedges now too, so just a second. I'm going to put myself on mute until they're gone. Alright guys, I think they subsided somewhat. You want to make $1 trillion, come up with the noiseless leaf blower. All right, what is happening? So the KISS is starting, the KSS starting to work a little bit now. Got a couple things going for it, top of the channel, and also now that that break, the cross, 8 EMA crossing underneath the 20. Thank you, Real, for pointing it out at the beginning. Guys, AD&T, I mean, this could, it's called a rake, good one. That's a good one. Well, this AD&T, I mean, this may not stop. I mean, I was looking at, maybe getting a little over 19, putting on my watch list, and having it pop tomorrow. But this is just, look at this. This is just really, really moving. AD&T. So if you look at the 2-minute chart for KSS, there was the potential for some resistance. It is just a little bit below. That's 1947, so it's a little bit below that. And again, so the next area, I mean, listen, maybe, I mean, 1932 on the 5-minute chart. And also, what Real would say is that you could add to your position potentially if this crosses on the 5. You can see this is starting to look like it's going to cross on the 5-minute chart also. So there was the cross up here in the 2. The cross on the 5 is trying to set up. For me, I would want that cross to be, well, a little bit closer, but depends where it happens if I'm going to add to it. I rarely add to a position. Also, I would look at this, this 1933. That to me looks like it could be a little bit of support. Okay, guys. Oh, it is Thursday, isn't it? So today I have a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So I'll be attending that. Can you hear me, Real? That's what I was just talking about. I was saying I don't often do that. Add to a position. But I was just talking about how it looks like the cross is setting up on the 5. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. I was just saying that. The only issue I would have is that maybe 1930, right there in that 5-minute chart, maybe a little bit of support. But if you look in the 15, yeah, I mean, it still has some ways to go. Huh. Well, Dan was talking about an IPO a couple of years ago, but I doubt it. Keep it private. You don't have to. We're not beholden to anybody. If you listen to the Q&As on Wednesday, that's Dan's big thing. We're private. We're not funded by anybody other than internal, so we don't have to answer to anybody. Now, they value the company at 100 million and they give me, a piece of that. Yeah, okay. Tremendous short for the ESPN guys. If you got that one, had to be really quick though. I mean, that dropped like in a heartbeat. All right, guys, I'm just going to start getting set up for this for the 2 o'clock call. Well, yeah, I didn't. Well, in fact, the cross is starting. What I was saying though, it was maybe a little bit late though, because I mean, to me, the break under when you were asking about it, I think that was 30 cents away from where I seen it, would have taken it. Would have been right around 23. So I thought maybe it was a little bit late. That's all. I mean, but the cross, it is starting to cross right there too. Maybe, and it looks like that ADMA is trying to flatten out a little bit. All right, guys, I'm just going to get the announcement. Whoops, the announcement in here. Okay, I'm putting myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm now back. All right, Real. I don't know if you took the GLW. I was a little reluctant to because of what the market was doing, but I did take a little bit just to see. I know this is probably the first bounce off the lower channel that I've done, just to see. Wasn't wild about it as the market was doing that, but yeah, it's working okay. Yeah, this AD&T definitely has surprised me. I mean, how strong it was. Like taking this out like nothing. So I mean, there's the next high looking left, AD&T, 1954. I mean, it's already above that, and that's on the weekly chart. I mean, wow, this is super strong. I don't know what's going on. Now it's a sale of its fabric business. So that is it. A sale of its fabric business for 175 million dollars. So I mean that's the I guess that's the reason. Well, I don't guess. That is the reason for this big pop today. And it still has some room. You know, you look left on that weekly chart. What's going on? Every time I talk about it, you've left the room. Okay, yes. I'm just teasing you, of course, but yeah, I did end up taking the bounce. First one I've done. I was a little reluctant because of what was happening with the spy. Okay, because I thought, well, but it's working in a modest way. And somebody asked you, do you only short? So I am going to answer for. I think predominantly, I believe that you're probably just like myself, looking at these tops of the channels. It just seems to be easier to short these things than playing the bounces. I don't know why exactly, but it just seems. I don't know if it's maybe the right term is not easier. Psychologically, it seems for me to make more sense. And I guess it's that old escalator up, elevator down theory. So when things start to drop, they drop faster, then they'll bounce. I guess. I haven't seen that actually, Drew. Usually the hard to borrow ones are, well, at least with interactive. Oops, I'm skipping your name as a stock symbol. Um, Usually the hard to borrow ones for me anyway with interactive brokers are the cheaper ones, but I've had no issues so far. I mean, I told you guys about this one. I mean, this was right for me anyway. What the channel I'm looking at was right at the top. CXW. I mean, it was modest. For getting in at 823 or 22, covering mostly around 808. Certainly not hard to short. Oh, if you're comparing, IB and Schwab, I have a feeling, that's always has been IB's strength. Doesn't mean that Schwab will doesn't mean that IB will always have shorts when Schwab. I mean, look, okay. Here's what I'm trying to say. Schwab could have shorts when IB doesn't, but I have a feeling that IB has, in general, more shorts. Okay. Yeah. So some of these are not showing. Yeah. I mean, for me, it's yeah, 5 and the 2. It's not showing up for me because of the price range, but Now that is really accelerating now though. So this is not quite ready. I mean, that got 47, 70. I mean, this is really, really whippy. And the spread is a little bit tough. It's tightening up a little bit, but there's something happening. I mean, at some point it'll be a wonderful short. Look at the long though, 44.14. Hey, we've seen this. Look at the cross right there. 44.14 right there on that 2-minute cross. Wow. Are you kidding me? Now they're in my backyard. You too, Thomas. Wow, it's 20 to 4 or 20 to 3 already, or 22 minutes to 3 already. So before I go, I'll be shutting the room down around 3. Just one last sales pitch. Okay, so I've put my homepage link in here, my homepage link. Click on that, and there is, oops, there's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. That's 1515. Click on Get Trade Ideas. You want to take out a subscription. We have 4 subscription levels. We have the premium annual and the month and the premium annual and the premium standard annual. Premium $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. So if you want to have access to the AI, then that's why you'd be getting the premium service. Kind of an interesting day. I mean, there's little dribs and drabs that are up, but nothing interested me just because of the price range of the stocks. You don't have to start off with an annual plan. You can go monthly forever. You can standard monthly is $118 a month, less that 15%. And that 15% discount's only good for the first month. The same with the premium, $228, less the 15%. You can always upgrade standard to premium or monthly to annual, and we'll honor the 15% promo code. My homepage also have the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I've already done my daily recap. Lots of great links here. The daily webinar link, 20 lessons in 20 days. You click on that. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I would encourage you to take a look at this. It tells you how to build a top list, how to create an alert window. Lots of the basic features of Trade Ideas is all in that link. Daily support sessions. Again, from 12 to 1, I moderate the YouTube feed between 9 and noon. From 12 to 1, one of the other traders takes over. And then I resume from 1 to 3. But they just have a different take on the market than I do. They're more into swing trading. Free trading room, well, if you're in the room, you've already done that. The daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right there. Monday to Friday at 5 o'clock Eastern time. And they're all, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern time. And they are all archived. And lots of good educational videos right here. Okay, so it's a good link. a good link right here. I know I'm going to change this link because this is basically the same. What do I think about ESGC? Why do I think that's going to be a pink sheet stock? I'm sorry. Oh, I don't even. What is this? Motion picture. Sorry. Okay, I thought it just by. I've never seen it before. Now, is this Eros? Is that what I think it is? Big float for a $2 stock. Is that the old? Oops. Okay, so they renamed themselves. Okay, so with a new ticker. Okay. Well, I haven't seen it before. I haven't seen it in that iteration. Well, I mean, it's looking like an IPO, of course. Of course, it isn't. It's just a symbol name change. But, well, you know what? Let's stick an alert high right there and see if it ever takes it out. Not that far away. They did merge it with another company, so it's not quite just a symbol name change. Okay. And Stick's not, it can't be Seagate. Can't be, can it? STX Entertainment, okay. So they must have been a private company. Okay. All right, that's what I kind of thought it was. Not the STX, I didn't know that, but okay. Well, FSKR guys, I'm going to see if this one works. Oh, the Hustler movie. Okay, you're not talking about the magazine. Yeah, I don't even know if that still exists. Good old Larry Flint. All right, guys, 2:48. So as I say, I'll be shutting the room down at 3 p.m. So if you have any last minute questions, ask away now. Look at IPOB. That's how I have to start calling it, IPOB. I finally, if you weren't in the pre-market, finally found out why this is called I thought I was always calling it IPOB. I couldn't quite figure out why it was called that. But this guy basically wants to, these are all SPACs, of course. He wants to create 26 of them, starting IPOA all the way to IPOZ. You too want to like us? "26 SPACs." Well, I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow, but that's the whole idea. But that's why this one is called IPOB. Aha. So that must be, that's the reason. All right, guy. Well, 252. Sorry, I thought it was 259. Oh God. Are you kidding me? Regarding Mr. Bieber? Yahoo! Oh gosh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm not sorry. FSKR. Yeah, you and me both. All right, guys. Well, I got out of the FSKR trade. This is like voodoo on these channel breaks. No, it's standard deviation. It is. I mean, call it a channel. I mean, it's a standard deviation. I mean, linear regression. So how many standard deviation? I mean, it's linear. It's linear regression, but there's obviously different ways to look at it. I happen to be looking at it in a certain way, which seems to be working the way I like it. I know Real will have. I mean, some of them are very close. I'm just not going to worry about it too much because it seems to be when I'm looking, it seems to be giving me what I'm wanting. I'm hoping again that we'll have it on our charts. Well, look at Bed Bath and Beyond, just cratering now. All right, guys, are there any other questions? If not, I think I'll just shut the room down now. We'll do it all over again. First day of October, yeah. Do it all over again tomorrow, starting at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Nothing. I don't see any questions. Okay, guys, so I think I'll shut down now. So thanks again for all the help. And as I say, we'll do this again tomorrow. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.